Thank you, Matthew. Okay, so it does look like the latest builds did build. Well, that's Windows. Yeah, we got Windows, Linux, and Mac. They all built just fine. Perfect. All right, so now we can move on to other stuff. Now that we're able, but we still hadn't been able to. Oh, so Matthew had said something in the other stream where we disable the nav mesh agent. So let me see. How do we want to do this? Maybe that gives us an opportunity to actually pretty up the code a little bit. I can't have a var. It would be. Is there a variant class in C#? Let's see. Let's see if there is. Or an any? Is there? Oh, wait. Actually, I don't want to ask Google. I want to ask. Let's ask the retarded cousin of AIs, Google AI. Does C# have anything like C++'s std any? So, well, actually, wait a minute. We might be able to do better than that. So C#, the closest equivalent is object. And that's actually what I was just thinking, because I was thinking, does nav mesh agent and does character controller, do they both come from Unity objects? So let's just follow them down. That's a collider component. They probably, okay, object, and they probably both come from component as well. So that was character controller. What about nav mesh agent? Nav mesh agent. Let's just do this. And then I should be able to, come on. There we go. So it's a behavior. Okay. It's a component. Okay, so they're both components. Excellent. So then we should be able to just do something like this. How do we want to do this? So we have component. Oh, but what if it has both? No. That's fine. Disable me. Disable me. All right. So what we can do is we can do this. So this is going to be disable me. And then we're going to turn this into an OR. And now if we get in here, disable me should have... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait. Oh. Ooh. Okay, so this would be nav mesh agent. All right. Okay. Just wait a minute. We can do this. There's got to be a nice, clever way to do this. If... Now, what does... Wait a minute. Unity.object. Really? You don't want to go down to Unity. Okay, wait. Okay, let's okay, so that is Unity engine. Okay, so we want to go Unity engine. Okay, Unity engine out, disable me. No, come on, there's got to be a better way to do this. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, I'm going to type out the bad code that doesn't work. What I was going for was this. Character controller. And then if I got in here, I could just simply do disable me enabled. All right. It's giving me red squigglies, but this is what I wanted to do. So I understand why it's complaining, because I'm not passing in... Come on. I really want a clever way to do this. It has the object, a system object, one of or similar. If you're looking for discriminated union, an STD variant, like an STD variant, C# does not have a built-in equivalent, but many developers use third-party libraries like one of to restrict. No, that's not going to do it. I want... Okay, let's just see if AI can do. Like, let's see what AI... Okay. All I'm trying to use Unity's try, what is it? Is it try? It's try get component, right? Yeah, try get component. Like so. And then I have a component thing if try get component character controller out thing, or nav mesh agent would be the second thing. Do something. Okay. Where I can try to get either type of component. I want to do it in a single line or so in some elegant way. Help. Let's see what the AI suggests. All right, the pattern matching. This is the most readable way to do it. I guess. I mean, that's not terrible, right? Like, that's okay. I don't want a custom... Okay, quick and dirty. Component thing. That's not bad. Actually, this isn't bad at all, right? So component thing equals get component, character controller, nav mesh agent, right? So really, this is this, I think. No? Is it not? I guess that can go to null, though. Do I really need this component, then? Do I need that? I guess I do. I'm trying to understand what gets resolved first. Like, okay, let me see. Okay. I like this. However, can you use more parens so it's obvious what gets resolved in what order? Yeah, because I'm a little confused as to whether... So, like, if we look at this line, like, let's actually take the whole line, right? Let's go to something like... let's just go over to code. I know AI is giving me the answer, but I want to talk it through first and then show you what I'm talking about. So if I have that, that could be... I thought it was this, but it gave me errors. So now I'm thinking it's this. But that doesn't make sense. Then if it's that, then why do I need the component? Right? Because this is automatically resolving. This is all. So this is returning a nav mesh agent that's automatically getting cast up. I hate that. I always want to say, but it's getting cast up, right? Yeah, cast up. So this nav mesh agent's automatically getting cast up to a component. So why wouldn't the character controller? So let me see what AI came up with. Okay, let me see. So the AI says that this is equivalent to... Yeah, okay, so it's equivalent to this one. So then why... That is weird then. Then why do I need this component? Like, why do I need this component? Right? Because if this is null, this is going to be nulled out, which means this is the one that's going to get resolved. And let's say, well, actually, because it could be the case that not... Well, no. Okay, so this is saying... I forget what this is saying. Only change the value of thing if this is null, right? Okay. One more thing. Remove the to explicitly show me what it's doing. Right? I think it's like... Oh, my wife is home already. So it's... All right, I'll be right back. Hello? So I thought that this means it's going to equal this unless this is null, in which case it equals this. Oh my god, dog! Ah, baby. Take that dog. Get that dog out of here. All right. So let's see what the AI said in terms of... well, that doesn't help. I mean, it does help. All right, let's see. So if this is equal to null, do this, then do this. Okay, this is really bizarre. Because look at this. This is actually putting this component on both of these. But here it's only on one. Okay, I'm going to ask AI. In the version with question, you only have component on one call to get component. Why? Let me see. The right side returns a nav mesh agent object. This explicitly turns the result into a generic component. If you wrote blah, the compiler would fail. It would see character controller on the left and a nav mesh agent on the right. Even though you know they are both components, the compiler won't guess that you want to treat them as the base class. It just sees two incompatible types. Okay, when you use the null coalescing operator, the left side and the right side must be the same type, or there must be an implicit conversion between them. There is. Oh, I see. Okay. But... okay. So without the compiler... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think I get it. Okay, all right. Here's how I am compartmentalizing this in my head. Here's how I am justifying this in my brain. Okay, so if we had this here, which the compiler didn't like, the compiler doesn't like it because it sees two. Before it even tries to evaluate anything, it sees a character controller and a nav mesh agent, and it's like, those aren't the same thing. Like, those are completely different types. However, if I put the component here, again, before the compiler tries to evaluate anything, that's not what I wanted. Before the compiler tries to evaluate anything, it says, oh, nav mesh agent is in fact a component, because the type, the ultimate type that the compiler sees is component, or I guess you could kind of think of it as the last type in the evaluation of this side of the null operator, the null coalescing operator. The last type it sees is component, or the greatest type, or however you want to word it. So, okay, so this side evaluates down basically to component. This side, the other side, is a nav mesh agent. And so it says, well, a nav mesh agent actually is a component, so those are compatible types. So no compiler error. Whereas down here in this version, well, in this version here, it says, oh, a nav mesh agent, even though they both come from a component, it just sees two incompatible types. Okay, so that makes sense to me. It took us a while to get there, but it makes sense. I don't like it. It doesn't feel balanced, but it does make sense. Like in a court of law, I get why that would happen. I get it.
Wonderful, because you look bonita.
All right. Example, var, blah, blah, blah. What is Matthew saying? Not sure if that is applicable here. So Matthew, yeah, I'm not sure that is applicable in your example. Let me see. Let me put your example in the text editor. Let's see. Let's look at it more closely. So you have. Well, no. This is just a casting operator. What is the difference? So wait a minute. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to question it too much. So what I should be able to do now with this is just simply if thing not equal null, thing in, oh my gosh. So this brings up a good question, which is where is the enabled property? Oh, my stars and garters. Okay, so that brings up another challenge. So foo enabled. Okay, can I get any data on enabled? It's okay, so that says it's collider. But nav mesh agent also has one, doesn't it? Nav mesh agent bar dot enabled, and that says it's a behavior. Oh, so enabled. Oh man, I'm just gonna have to do this as ugly. I'm just gonna have to do this ugly. So I was assuming that the enabled property would be on component, but it's not. It looks like for character controller, enabled is implemented as a collider, because I guess character controller descends from or inherits from collider. In a nav mesh, I guess it is. Wait, it's a behavior. So there is no enable on the component level. It's on things above the component level, from what I am gathering here. Thing as nav mesh, but that feels like going backwards in what you want here. I think I'm just going to have to do this an ugly way. I'm trying to think if we can use any class magic, like any type of like C# magic. How could we do that? Now, I'm going to get a little ridiculous with this. I'm going to call this class Matthew. Okay. How do I want to do this? Let's just go with Unity Engine Object. would I do this? Okay, well, let me... So, a lot of times it helps me to type out what I want to do. So, what I would want to do... Oh, man. No. No. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Crap, crap, crap. Crap, 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 crap. Let's just... All right, there's no point in getting stuck on this, so let's just push forward. Right? Let's just instead of just all right, let's just oh, okay, I don't need that. So oh wait, I guess I could just do this, right? Oh, did I deleted the main code? I mean, I deleted the main thing I wanted to do. Okay, so then once we why is this? Use required component attribute. Oh, I see. No, but it's not a required component. It could be either or. Oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker. All right, fine. 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 And why isn't my AI working? Like, where's my AI autocomplete? GitHub Copilot, top right. Okay. What's going on? I might make mistakes. Hello, are you working? I mean, it looks like it's working. I just don't see any autocomplete. Yes, I'm working and ready to help. Well, sure fooled me. All right, let me see. If controller not equal null, controller dot enabled equals false. And then if agent not equal null, agent dot enabled equals false. And then we just want the same thing right under here. What? There's got to be a prettier pattern for that, man. That's going to bug me. That's going to bug me. There's got to be a prettier way to do that. That's just so ugly. I just thought of something, too. There's a subtle bug here. There's a bug. The bug is, what if the controller's enabled or the agent's enabled at the beginning? Now we're enabling it, and we may want it disabled for some reason. So there's a bug. So if controller not equal null and controller enabled, yeah, and agent enabled. Okay, is this going... Wait, this doesn't fix it, though. No, because at the... Yeah, because if controller is disabled... Oh, shit, that doesn't fix it. Ah, fuck it. Wait. If controller's null... If the controller is... If controller's disabled, we want to just keep it disabled forever. Which means we need... Okay, you know what? This is it. Let me show you a quick way on how to fix bugs like this. Yes, honey. Oh. Give me 10 minutes. What do you want to show me? What? Here, I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at the All right, so here's how you fix a bug like this, though. To do, there is a bug here. If the controller or agent is disabled to begin with, and that's what we want, then it will get enabled after this function. All right, so that's how you handle these bugs. That's how you handle these bugs. So okay, so what bug? Again, the bug is, assume for some reason, I'm not saying we are doing this, but assume that we want the agent disabled until some point in time when we manually enable it. Well, now we've enabled it. So that's the bug. And that's how you fix bugs like this. you just write a comment for the next poor Saul. Wrap it all in a bowl, I guess. I mean, you would have to. All right, fine. Fuck you, Matthew. Let's fucking do it. Okay, so how would you do it? You would want to. Yeah, I feel like you need another goddamn bowl. No. Here's how we do it. We make these nullable, right? If controller not equal null, if the controller's not oh, this is so ugly, but this is the best solution I can think of offhand. Else, if no. Okay, if controller not equal no, if controller dot enabled, then we do this. Well, actually, all right, yeah, we're gonna need else controller equal null, right? And then we do the same thing for agent. And that's where that's why I would love my AI. Like AI, you should, like the AI would typically know that I want to do this. AI, like, where are you, AI? Was it not work? I was, Anyway, so you do the same thing. All right, so we can keep our code a little tidier. Put this up here. And then, oh, the AI. Wait, come on, AI. Do it. No. Come on, AI, you can do it. If agent not equal null. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why are you doing it like one line at a time? Okay. See, the AI got it. Okay. Whoops. I don't want to go that small. So now down here, we are only going to enable it if it's not null. See? Make sense? I just don't like this. Like, I feel like this is duplicate code. Like, duplicated patterns like this bug me because it's like, okay, there should be a way to reduce that. But it's only duplicated once. You know, you have the original and then the duplicate, so it's one duplicate. I guess if we had to throw in a third or a fourth variable, then it would be worth trying to figure out a way to, like, do it in, like, one swoop. But I think this is fine. Wrap it all in a bullet. My favorite part of your stream is when you say, fuck you, Matthew. I was thinking, like, if spawn location not equals null, modify position on awake. I don't see how that would solve anything. We'd still have to go through this song and dance. My wife, she wanted to show me that there's like a bunch of vultures outside. And I'm not like talking like, I'm talking like legitimate vultures. And like my dog, you've seen my dog. And like we let him out in the backyard. We let him out in the backyard all by himself, all by him lonesome. And he's small. And I'm like, he's like right on the precipice of like, could a vulture pick him up and run off with him? He's like right on that line. So I don't know. Okay, let's see if this works. This should work. I don't like it, but it should work. Absolutely can. Oh, are you talking about my dog getting picked up by a vulture? I don't know. I mean, like everything I've read online says that like the max is for like 3 to 4 pounds, and he's like 4 to 5 pounds. I think they might stray away from trying as well, since like my backyard has a lot of trees. So yes, dog and vulture. I don't know about that. Okay, so me and Green Guy, we made it to the top of the building. Okay, there's Green Guy. Now I have this annoying eye bulge. I'm not a fan of the eye bulge, but it'll do. Hey, Green Guy. Oh, wait, I'm going to see something. Let me see. If I tell him to go over here. Over there. Okay. Is he going to go? No, he probably won't. I don't know. Wait. Go to. Over there. Confirm. He's not going to go. Set destination can only be called on active agent that has been placed on a Nev Mash. Okay, he's not on the Nev Mash. So is that why? All right, so, okay, let's... Okay. We have a spawn point. No. Where's this? Where's this? Okay. Sure those roofs were baked. I'm not sure they were baked. Wait, if I look at gizmos, want to tell me? Wait, there's a view where I can look at what's baked. I forget. Did this? No. You say, yeah, gizmos. Like, there is, like, everything is like gizmos. Like, everything's clicked, yet I don't see anything. It's one of these things. Draw wireframe. No. Nav mesh zones. There's... Where is that? Oh, wait. I see a magnet. Does that have something to do with snapping? Okay, well, wait a minute. Wait. I want to yell at Matthew because this doesn't exist. What he's talking about, it doesn't exist. In the hierarchy. Oh, I got to select nav mesh zones. And then press one? No. Yep. Okay, I've accidentally done it 1,000 times, but now that I want to do it, I can't figure out how to do it. Like, there's the nav mesh zone, but where's the baked map? Like, there's like, wasn't it? No, that's just blue. I don't know what that is. I thought it was one of these. Yeah, no. I'll find it when I'm in the middle of something else and I don't want it. That's when I'm gonna find it. That's when I'm gonna find it. Okay, let's move this over here. Alrighty, we're gonna move that over here. Easy. Perfect. Now, how fancy do I want to get with this automatic placement? Because I was thinking, okay, I was thinking, because there's going to be a problem, right? If we set position relative to the middle of the capsule of the NPC's body or the player character's body, right? So let me get out my favorite, the very fancy tool used by chief architects all around the world. It's called Paint. So how could we do this? So if I have, okay, let's just do a surface here, right? Okay. And then I've got, let's say I've got a point that is this, no. Let's make it the spawn point. Let's put it a little bit closer to the ground, right? Then what's going to happen, what could happen is that if this was the middle of the capsule, right? So now he's not actually standing on the surface. So what I was thinking was, through the power of math, what we could do is we could look at the point, we could have a ray cast that goes down. It gets this delta, right? It's going to get this delta between the point and the nearest surface. Found it. We'll show on Discord. I'm looking. I'm looking. All right. So anyway, so we have this delta, right? Okay. What's the math here? Well, it gets tricky because are we going to make the assumption that 0, 0 is the middle of the capsule? I don't like that assumption, right? Because then what if we move it up here? All right, there's a question for Matthew. There's a question Matthew might know. Okay. How, if we have, let's take the player character model or the green guy model, or the mesh or whatever you want to call it. But we got to think about models too. How would we know, pragmatically, how would we know if 0, 0 is in the middle? Let's just take the Y. I mean, but I'm talking obviously, I guess, about all the coordinates, but how would I know if 0, 0 is in the middle, or if 0, 0 is at the top, or if 0, 0 is at the bottom? Is there a way I can figure that out pragmatically? And then Matthew, okay, nav mesh, AI nav mesh. Okay, Matthew sent me something. No, that's not it. What? Is it this? What? Oh, wait, down here. I didn't even... What? No. I'm stopping this. I'm aborting. I don't know what's happening, and I'm already nervous. Don't like. Nope. Why? Nope. Abort. Nope. Because what Matthew is showing me does not exist on my screen. It just doesn't exist. So nope. I literally showed you the steps. No, you didn't. Okay. I pressed this button. Okay. Now what? That's what you told me to do. Look. Press this button. That's. And now you want me to press this. Okay, well, where is that? Where? Use your eyes. It's right here. That's what I'm pressing. Where? That button. The other nav icon at top. This one? To transform. Spline. Rectal. Scene. Yeah, okay. Yep. The other... Oh my god. After enabling the body... Let's see. Up. Okay. All right. This one? Ah! Show nav mesh. Yeah. 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 Great stuff. That's great stuff. That's. Do I have to press now? I guess that is what I had to press. Okay. So yeah. So I'm guessing the top of the button, the top of the buildings are not baked. So that's why. I haven't been using Unity for 6 years, okay? I've barely been using it for a year, okay? And in that year, it hasn't been like a solid year of using it every day. I've taken like 2 and 3 month breaks like 2 or 3 times in that year. So just saying. All right, let's get back to my other question. How would I solve this? How would I solve this? Wait, haven't you been you said how long have you been using Unity? And also, you do it for your job. I don't do it for my job. Ugh. Okay, so Matthew, these are zeros, okay? This is a 0, that's a 0, that's a 0. And I know that you can have 0, you can configure where 0's at, up at like the top, the middle, and the bottom. Okay, 16, whatever, I don't know. 16, I don't know how old she was, officer. Oh, God, don't clip that. Please do not clip that. Okay, so pragmatically, I want to know where the origin is for like a capsule, or for a model, right? For like the green guy, and for player, and even for like the enemy NPCs. Or, so I want to know if it's in the middle, if it's at the top, or if it's at the bottom. Is there a way to do that? Maybe it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It does matter, and here's why. So let's say I tell it to set at position 2, right? Well, if it's in the middle, it's going to look like this. If it's at the top, then the capsule is going to be down here, because that's going to be 2. And if it's at the bottom, the capsule is going to be up here. I need to know which one. Transformed opposition is the origin of the point of the mesh. But the origin can change, can't it? The origin can, like, you can say, oh, for this, like I remember on the UI, like you can have the origin be like at the top left hand, the bottom left, like you can change the origin. I thought you could do the same with models. No? So they're always in the middle? Or All right, let me see what this is. Sorry, I'm paying attention over here. All right. Let's see. Okay. Have to change origin point and modeling software for models. You can add offsets in a few ways in Unity via... Okay, so I guess what... Okay. So what I just said, let me explain it again, and maybe you can tell me. So let's say I'm saying call set position on green guy, okay? Now, or let's not with our green guy. Let's say a generic green guy. I don't necessarily, or do I necessarily know if it's, and let's say y equals 2, okay? So what I was saying is that it could be at least one of 3 ways. It could be if the origin is in the middle, then I could end up with something like this, right? Like if this is 2, if this line is 2. So if the origin's in the middle, I could end up with something like this because there's the origin and now y is equal to, its position is equal to 2. But if it's at the top, it could be like this and right here because its origin is at the top, so it's going to set its top is equal to 2 essentially. Or if it's at the bottom, it could be like this. So it sounds almost like there's no way to know ahead of time. Or maybe I'm just making this up and this one over here is the only one that there will ever be. And does that make sense? Because, okay, you know what? I'm thinking too much about this. I don't need to get stuck for 6 hours on functionality to set the location, the spawn point of an NPC. I don't need to do that. And that's where I'm headed. That's where I'm headed. And it's your fault. Fuck you, Matthew. God damn it. All right, so you see what I mean? Because if this is a spawn point, like I want to know, because I was thinking of pragmatically, let me go back. I was thinking like, okay, I could do some, through the magic of programming, I could adjust. If I say set the position to 2, set the Y position to 2, but I can detect that part of it is going to be under a terrain, right? Because I can look at point 2, I can do a ray cast down, I can see how far down the terrain is, or whatever surface is below me. I could see how far down the surface is below me. I could compare that to this distance of the model whose position I'm trying to set, and then I could adjust accordingly. So can I assume that it's going to be in the middle? Because I would then have math that basically says, okay, well, look at the Y size of this object and cut it in half and do the math based on that value on that value. Yes, English. Speak it. Is Henna still here enjoying her free show of 2 handsome men arguing over the internet? That's why she's enjoying it. 2 strikingly handsome men arguing over the internet. 2 incredibly intelligent and good-looking men arguing with each other. Just waiting for us to like take our shirts off and get all sweaty and wrestle in mud. Something like that. All right, fuck it. Do it. So what I'm thinking, okay. So let's take this. This is spawn point 1. So this is about to get complicated, bitches. So let me go ahead. I am going to push character. I'm not going to commit. I'm just going to stash it. Okay. So I think this is going to get complicated enough to deserve its own function. I'm not sure if we're going to need arguments yet. Okay. Probably will. Spawn location. No, we won't. All right. Okay. So I'm going to actually, let's just do it like this for now, right? We argue with love in our hearts. Okay, let me see. Okay. So what I want to do, this is where AI would be very helpful. I believe what I want to do is I want to extend a raycast down looking for the terrain layer or maybe anything I collide with, I guess, right? Okay, so let me see. Raycast. Find all. Excuse me. Oh, I'm matching the case, that's why. All right. I'd say anything. Okay. Let me get a nice good example of raycast. Let's just find, where was I saw the one with the tilde0. There it is. Okay. So let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh my stars and garters. What's going on? Okay. And then, oh wait, I need a raycast. Let me look at this. Raycast. Okay. Okay, so this is from position, I guess this would be spawn point dot position. And then the direction, is there like a vector 3 down? Yeah, there is. Okay, perfect. And then interaction range. This is only done once. Well, it's done once for every NPC, but it's done at startup. So can I do, how can I say like infinite? Can I do, would it be tilde0 also? Because I'm guessing that I'm guessing this last tilde0 is all layers, because that just basically means the largest integer. Math.infinite. Well, this should work too, right? That should work. I bet you math f.infinite is this. Maybe not. Okay. What did AI just said something? Transform. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh, look at this beautiful art. Look at this. This is beautiful. Okay. So I want to get the distance from where I'm at to the hit point. Start there. Distance to ground, hit distance. Oh, okay. It's already a variable. Okay, perfect. It tells me how far apart it is. Okay, so then what do I want to do? I want to get my height. How do I get my height? Is it this dot transform dot size? No. It's not scale. I don't know that I've ever had to get the height of anything. Or like, I mean, I assume it's size in a vector 3. I just don't know how to get it. Nothing out there is jumping out. And since Matthew is too slow, I'm going to have to ask AI. How do I get the size of a thing in Unity? Bounds.size. Get scale. The relative size. No. Height. No. No, I don't want UI elements. Okay, so... Is there going to be a bounds.size? Wait. This dot bounds? No. No. Transform.bounds? No. This says renderer. Will everything have a renderer? Okay, he's saying mesh filter. I'm hearing a million different ways to get the size. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing like a ton of different ways to get the size. It's impossible. Collider can work nicely if your colliders are scaled with the mesh well. What does that have to do with what I'm doing? I want to get the size of the thing we're in. Get collider height, but that assumes it has a collider. What if it doesn't? Like, I'm looking at player. I don't see a collider on player. Get mesh height, then is above. I don't see a mesh on this either. I'm surprised there's not some low level. It's in player visuals. Oh, I guess that does make sense. Capsule mesh filter. All right, so I'm gonna. Man, this just got uglier. Well, can I assume that everything has a mesh filter? Like, because that's the thing. Like, I don't want to add another model in like 6 months and then just this is Henna's fault. If I'm being honest, it's her fault. It's her fault, and I don't like it. All right, behave. My wife has a tendency to watch this stream. You behave now. Behave yourself. Okay. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. You watch yourself, young lady. Okay. How do I want to word this? Is there a generic / low level way to get the height of an object in Unity that's rendered? I mean, something knows its height and width. So why can't I get it? Who do I have to talk to around here to get some fucking information about the size of shit? All right, let's see how the AI reacts to this. All right. Okay. Yeah, I feel this rage, and you're not wrong. Something absolutely knows the size. Unity just hides it behind 5 different subsystems and pretends that's normal. There is no single rendered object height API in Unity because rendering, geometry, collisions, UI, and screen space are all separate worlds. But you can get the height depending on what you actually mean by height. Okay, so there's, if you want the height of the visible mesh and world space, renderer bounds. Okay, so... Okay, this is what Matthew said. So can I assume that like asking this question out loud sounds kind of dumb, but I think I know the answer, but can I assume that everything on the screen has a renderer component? Can I assume that everything on the screen has a renderer component that I have access to? Short answer, no, absolutely not. All right. Okay. Okay. Even if they're floating in world space and look like 3D objects. Okay, so I think that I think get component renderer will work for. So, but in my Unity 3D game, it sounds like getting the renderer of a component will work for most objects non-UI on the screen, right? Yeah. For a normal Unity 3D game, you're basically what you were saying is basically correct. Okay, so I guess we'll go with that. Okay. I don't like this because this is going to throw... I mean, actually, this is bad. What this should do... Well, we can clean this up in a few minutes. All right. To do. Exception handling. All right, because this is going to throw an exception if you don't have a renderer. And I want to be able to gracefully handle that condition because that is something that could possibly happen, but we're just going to assume that it does. Okay, so now what? We have the height. We want to see if the hit distance... Where's my tool? Okay. If the hit distance, which is this, is less than the height divided by half, we want to push this up, the difference. Okay, so let's say that again. If the hit distance is less than the height divided by half, I don't know. That's a weird assumption for the AI to make that I want to do. Like, yeah, if the object is too short, then it doesn't have any equipped item, which I guess kind of makes sense. Okay. The other thing we want to do is we want to do, var spawn position equals this. Okay. So what we want to do here, we want to spawn position dot y equals hit point y. No. Maybe. Hit point y, that would be this, plus the height divided by half. Yeah, I guess that's good. Yeah. That should work. Okay. We could just get very blunt with it and just do that. And just say, always adjust it. So that way, if it's like way above the building, it's just going to like put it right on the building. And I feel like I want to maybe even just nudge it a little bit by like just a nudge amount. Like let's just say 0.25. That might actually be too big of a nudge. Okay. So basically what I've done is I'm saying, okay, here's this point. I want to set the y coordinate of what, so the y, if the y is in the middle, which I'm hoping it is, I want to actually set it to half plus a little bit more. All right, that should work. Let's test it. Oh, wait, and then I need spawn position. And I know this is ugly. This is all ugly, but we're just calm down for a minute, okay? Just calm down. God. All right, let me pay attention over here for a minute. All right, sorry. Okay. All right, let me come over here, over there. Okay, perfect. Nope, over there. Okay. All right. So let's run this. So actually, wait a minute. So let me put a spawn point. So this spawn point, I see this is the problem. I still need to make sure it's at least a little above the ground. And you know, God forbid, you know, there's an easy way to do that. And God forbid. Okay. I think it's set. But I want to get close to the ground. Oh, wait, can I just wait, transform? Yeah, let's just do it there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set green guy, that's spawn point 1. I want to set green guy's spawn point to that point. All right, easy, easy, easy. Okay, spawn point 1. Okay, well, wait. I'm going to push this point back over here, right? Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. So Matthew wants me to play the 28 Days Later song. 28 years. Okay, so wait. Wait, go. Oh my god, I can't walk. Oh my god. Oh my god. Serenity now. Serenity now. Okay. 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 Serenity now. Okay. All right. Did I... Oh, I bet the character controller never got re-enabled. All right, so there might be a bug over here. Let's check this. Okay, so that's the player. So we come down, we disable it as we expect. Now this should fail, right? Perfect. Now we set the character position. I guess we probably should, you know, I always forget to look at the goddamn console. All right, so let's just go in here. Okay. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, did we get over here? Okay, we did. Well, that's a pickle. Okay, I need to pay more attention. Let's try it again. That was interesting. All right, let's try one more time. Don't use transform dot position. Don't even... now you're telling me not to disable the controller. Why did we go through that entire exercise? The entire exercise I did was for disabling the controller. Now you're saying don't... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Just... okay. All right. It should still work regardless. Okay. Because look, why is controller getting nulled? Let me see. It's enabled. Right? So controller down here, it has a value. It's disabled. Okay, so let me come over here. Enable, disable should work. Ignore me. Consider it done. Okay, there's an exception somewhere. There's an exception. There is no renderer attached. Oh my god. Okay. Serenity now. Serenity now. There's no renderer attached to the player character. That's the issue. So I can't get... So this right here, I guess that's throwing an exception. Make it a public property and drag and drop a sign. What are you talking about? Make what a public property? The renderer? Like, what are you talking about? All right. Okay. 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 Let me think about this for a second. Let me think. Let me think. I gotta think. Just let me think for a second. So I was going to say we could have different. All right. I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. Okay. All right. The renderer is in a child. Oh, okay. So wait, okay. There's a function for that, right? Like, get component in children or something, or get component in child, like this. Get component in children. Get component. Yeah. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. All right, there we go. All right. More performant, not to not search the whole children. Yeah, but this is at startup and it's only called once, so I think it's okay. I'm not super concerned with performance at the start of the game, so. Which is why I said to make it a public property so you can just drag and drop. I still don't know what to drag and drop what and make what a public property. I still don't know what you're talking about. All right, so let's see. Okay. All right, so we got the height, or we're going to get the height, hopefully. Hopefully we get to this. And we did it. We did it, boys. We did it. Oh my god. After all of that, we got the fucking height. Okay, we did it. We did it. Okay, so now, green guy, drag the renderer component into the public property of the script. Okay, so this... Controller enabled true. Okay, thank you, Jeebus. Thank you, Jeebus. Okay, so we can do that. Okay, so we're back here with green guy. All right. Did we get a height? We did get a height. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Jeebus. Thank you, Jeebus. Okay, so I'm on top of the building as expected. But I did see myself drop. Oh, geez. That's actually a little scary. At least we haven't... It worked. It worked because he's not in the ground and he was... Okay. Just wait a minute. Just calm down for a second, please. Okay. So the position is here. So let me just to double check. Let's just bring him all the way back here. Let's just double check, and that's all we're doing. We're just okay, Matthew? We're just double checking, okay? Just bear with me. Same way you drag and drop the spawn component. I know what you mean by drag and I didn't know you were just like, just drag and drop it. And I'm like if I tell you, just pick it up. Like if I tell you right now, Matthew, just pick it up. Just pick it up. Just pick it up. Just pick it up. Pick it up. Can you pick it up? The question is, what? I know you know how to pick something up. Just don't know what. What do you want me to, like, what am I telling you to pick up? That's what I was asking. All right, let me see. I need not sure in here because I feel like I'm just picking on Matthew over and over. I need not sure in here so I can pick on him too. Okay, let me see. Is green guy in between the building? Is this where I put him? Is that where I put him? I put him between the... I mean, yeah, I think so. I think so. I think so. Okay, perfect. Okay, so then now I guess the question I have is why at the beginning of the game am I dropping? So, right, because I should be looking spawn position. Like I'm definitely dropping down. I'm definitely like when the game starts, the player is definitely dropping down. Huh. I wonder if it factors in scale. I don't know. All right. So I do want to... Is there a try? Can you do try get component in children? Is that a thing? No. All right. So I'm going to do it this way. If height not equals null. So if we get some weird thing that doesn't have a renderer, I don't know how it would render then, but if we do get some weird thing that doesn't have a renderer, we're not going to... We can handle it gracefully at least. I do like this syntax, so we'll use that syntax. I wish C++ would get that syntax. That's such a nice syntax. But wait, how would you do that in C? Let me see. No, you got to type it out. I had to do that. I couldn't think about it. I had to type it out like from muscle memory. Okay, so if height not equals null. Oh, that's why. Man, I hope those vultures don't try to eat my dog. Poor little Muwan. Renderer bounds, isn't it? Renderer. What am I doing wrong? Do I have to do this maybe? No, it's not nullable. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we actually don't have to calculate it until we're in here. Save us the trouble of calculating it if we don't need to. So this is saying extend the raycast down and set the spawn position to the hit point. Wait a minute. To the hit point plus. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so
let's start with a new. Let's just delete everything. Oh God, no, not that much of everything. Okay, let's just here. Oh wait, here. I'll just clean this up. Okay, so let's go to right here. Okay. So this okay, if this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. No, this is, what am I saying? That's -1. Okay. Hit point, which would be this, plus the height divided by 2, which is that. So that pushes it up, and then a little bit of a buffer. Is that 0.25 really that much of a buffer? Okay, let's get rid of the buffer. Let's just see. Maybe that 0.25 is how much I'm falling. So, oh, the reason I put the 0.25 in was because, like, what if it's exact? If it's exact, if the terrain is at 0 and your feet are at 0, you're not necessarily standing on top of the terrain. So maybe you fall through. That's kind of exact should be fine. Okay, let's see. Let's check it out. That's why I added the 0.25 as like a little bit of a, just to like push it up, just to nudge it up a little bit. But all right, maybe we don't need it. I still fell. All right, I still fell. So I'm a little... Why would I fall? Let's think about this. Right? Because I'm pushing it up. We're exact. Let me try the math I was originally thinking, which is ultimately the same thing, but maybe it's not. And so the math I was originally thinking, what was the math I was originally thinking? I don't remember. Okay, never mind that idea. All right, so there's other math. But it's going to be the same thing. That's interesting. Did you see what happened there? You might not have been paying attention, but did you see what happened? I had focus of Unity while a breakpoint was active. Well, I mean, yeah. I guess they're still calling paint, but it's not handling any other messages. Okay, anyway. Make sure scale is 111 on the player capsule. Okay, that's fair. Let's see. Yeah, definitely fell. Yeah, the Y is 1.85. So how would we compensate for that? Like, instead of just changing it to 1, how would we change the math here? I guess we would just do times the scale. This transform dot... Would it be local scale? Local scale dot Y? We wouldn't want it to be anything other than 1 if we get a player model anyway. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if this does the trick. So we're fixing something that won't be a problem in the future. Well, you know, you don't know that. You don't know that. We're compensating for something that might happen. And I think it's okay because it's not like we're going out of our way to do it. We're just multiplying the scale. Right? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait. I should have... Okay. Oh, I still fell. Let me try that again. This is Hannah's fault. Hannah's fault. She just had to be finished. She just had to be finished. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you're finished. Okay. I wasn't paying attention, but he definitely fell. All right. Now here is where... Well, actually, let's make sure local scale is correct. Move the spawn point higher up. Is it even doing what we think? All right, give me 1 sec. Let me try this. I just want to make sure local scale .y is in fact 1.85. No, it's not. It's probably not. No, because I'm doing the scale of the... Or wait. Am I doing the scale of the player capsule? But this is not the scale of the player capsule that we're doing in the program. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. So I'm doing this dot transform scale. So I'm doing the scale of this, which is in fact 1. Whereas what we really need the scale of is of the capsule. So just to kind of see if this is for my own curiosity. This is not production code, okay? This is not production code. Just remember that. This is not, I'm not intending to push this to production. Just calm down. This is for my own curiosity. Just want to see. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to hard code that bitch. All right. Here we go. Nope. Don't even try to make a PR with that. Okay, here we go. Come on. Okay. 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 Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I blocked someone's PR on Thursday. He was trying to do a performance-heavy task for something that an existing component does much better. Meh. I was off on Friday, so he's still blocked. Jerk. I haven't, like, the main code base that I'm responsible for, I haven't looked at it in pages, but there's only 3 of us working on it, including myself. So, and the other 2 guys. One of them I trust like 99.99% as much as I trust myself. And then the other guy I trust like 98% as much as I trust myself. So 97. 90, yeah, maybe 90, 95, maybe like, well, it depends. If I'm asking him to design something, then I probably only trust him about 80% as much as I trust myself. But if I'm asking him to code something, so okay, that didn't work. So why didn't? That's another thing that I've come to kind of recognize that with developers, because we just hired this one person for this task that needs to get done. I don't necessarily have the greatest confidence in him to design the task or design the solution, but I do believe in his coding skills, right? So I do believe that if I tell him do this, 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 and this, or do A, B, C, and D, he can do A, B, C, and D. I just don't necessarily have the confidence that he can figure out what A, B, C, and D are. He needs somebody to tell him what A, B, C, and D are, and then he can do it. And that's actually something that like I've noticed with like as I've become, there's a little bit of a humble brag, but as I've gotten more senior and have begun mentoring more and more junior engineers, like you definitely have people that have skills in coding as opposed to design. They're not necessarily the same thing. I actually feel that like my strengths are probably in design and not so much in coding. But anyway, okay. But then again, that's why I'm an architect. So. But not of this piece of shit. Jesus Christ, you wouldn't know it from this piece of crap. Okay, have I mentioned that this is my first Unity project? I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. Can we confirm the inverse of 0 is infinite here? Yes, we can confirm. We'll confirm in a second. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is. All right, we'll confirm right now. I already forgot the shortcut. Is it this? What is the, because what this means, this is a bit, the squiggly, the tilde is a bit operator. So you're basically, and it's basically to flip the bits. So you're basically, and I know this is what, unless C# is doing something really crazy, which I doubt it is. As you know, this is an integer in memory, right? And it's all binary. So you might have like something like that, right? So what the tilde, so this, let's take, actually, I'm not going to, let's take this. Let's take this integer, 0, 1, 0, 1. And now I want to do tilde of 0, 1, 0, 1. That just means flip the bits, right? So this is actually going to equal, and the AI already knows, 1, 0, 1, 0. So if you do tilde of 0, you could also, that's also the same thing as tilde of 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And so that's actually just going to equal 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, which is the maximum value of the float. Now, there's something special in C# about infinity and something else. Let's see. But here, I can make you happy. Infinity. And that, but see, and that's why this works. Like the tilde 0 for the layers. Because the layers are a bit mask, and I assume you probably know this, but in case you don't, like this is what the bit mask looks like in memory, and so this is doing the same thing. So let's say you compare, and the way a bit mask is asking, like, is this bit set? So this is what this is like. How I'm trying to think of how I can explain this. Say this is what you have in a hard-coded value. What the hell? And now in your program, as the program's running, you just want to see if you have this one thing set. So this is basically in that case, if you want to test, this would be the 0 bit, because you start from the right hand side, you work your way to the left. You want to test the 0 bit to see if it's set or if it's the same thing, and then yes, it is. But anyway, so what I'm getting at is the layers work the same way. So certain components, they have a layer mask, which I do know. So it's like, okay, well, I'm not explaining this very well. Anyway, it's the same idea though, with where you just have the -0 and that's going to equal just 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. But I can make you happy, Matthew. I can make you happy if you want. Oh, apparently I can't. All right, maybe it needs to be -0 there. But why is it? Okay, what does Raycast want here? Oh. Wait, Ray, float. No. Ray out, float max distance. Oh, it's an integer. So I could probably do math I? No? Math.infinity? No? What else would integer be? N? All right, well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Okay. So anyway, so let's try that maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it'll work. Let's see. Wouldn't be the first time I'm completely wrong, and it won't be the last. It's even worse now, Matthew. Good going, English boy. But actually, maybe it's better. And the reason I say maybe it's better is, let's see. Where is that spawn point? No, it's not that one. I don't know if it's that one or, well, actually, I guess I can just look here. Let's see. Player entity. Spawn point 2, which is this one. So what I'm doing is from this point, I'm sending a raycast down. I'm getting the collision point. I knew I was going to end up spending fucking forever on this. I knew I was. And actually, wait. No. Wait. All right. What was I doing? Oh, okay. This is... Okay, so we're on the player. We got the height. That height doesn't seem right. 0.55? Maybe. Maybe it's fine. I think it has something to do with the scale. Hit point 20. That means the blocks are 20 in height? Roughly? No. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Hit point 20? it is interesting. It is interesting that he falls through when it's math infinity, but he doesn't when it's tilde 0. So how, let's see. I'm curious now. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it has something to do because it's a float. So you're just setting all the bits on. Whereas math infinity might actually be a special value. Because you got the whole, what's the stupid thing called? Oh man, I just had the word too. The stupid thing in a float. Oh, come on. What's the name of it? It's right on my, it's the tip of my tongue. The part of the float that separates the, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. No, not the decimal. No, I'm talking about the actual binary representation. There's a, oh my God. The anatomy of a float in memory. There's there's like a part. There's the, the mantissa. So it's, you have the exponential part, and then you have the mantissa. And then there's a flip for whether or not it's negative. It's been a long time since I've looked at the 32-bit float standard. But what negative 0 is doing is setting every single thing to 1, which might be slightly different than infinity. Which it seems too. So let me see. In C#, what is the difference of mathf infinity and tilde 0? Let's see. Excellent question. This is one of those C# lets you hang yourself with style moments. Short answer is they're not even remotely the same thing. One is floating point infinity, and the other is a bitwise negation of an integer. Yeah, but okay, so infinity is definitely a special value. But how is infinity stored in memory then? Yeah, so this is what I was saying, Matthew, where you have 0, which is a bunch of zeros, and then the tilde 0 is just the 1, which is the negative 1 and 2's complements, which makes sense. This is not infinite. Okay, so I was trying to use an integer thing for a float. So that's where I went wrong. So, okay, then how is mathf.infinity represented in memory? No, you weren't sure about anything. The exact memory representation. The bit of a float, yes. You have the sign, the exponent, and the mantissa. Oh, that's in hex. Oh, so it's just the... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so it's just the exponent bit that is the maximum. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that's interesting. So I don't know if you know about the there's multiple ways to represent a float in memory. And this is obviously the IEEE 754 standard, which is, I think, probably the most popular one, but not the same as a double. Do not confuse a float with a double. But this is with a fixed, I believe the exponent, the way this works is that the exponent is a fixed number of bits. And then you have the sign bit at the beginning. You have a fixed number of bits for the exponent, and then the mantissa, which is basically kind of like the part that gets raised to the part. Like it's not that. It's the negative, or it's the positive. Well, it depends on the sign bit, right? So if the sign bit indicates negative, then it's a very small. So then it can be like a very small number, because if you take a number to a negative exponent, you're actually getting a small number, right? So it's been a long time. I'm trying. So so like x to the negative 2, this is the same as 1 over x to the 2. Yes. Yes, that is correct. I believe so. Yeah. So that's how, so you have the exponent portion here, which is going to obviously be this, right? This is like the exponent. And then, yeah, and then the x part is the mantissa. So anyway, and actually, this is why I really should, I would love to do that. I really should do a stream about the fast inverse square root, because it basically, it does kind of like what I was doing, where it takes a float, it casts it to an integer, it does bitwise manipulation on the integer value, but because of math, that is you're actually, the operation you're doing on the integer also correlates to a similar or not a similar, but another operation for a float value. And so you're actually able to like do integer manipulation to do a float calculation. It's really cool. Like it's like, I would, there's math I would have to brush up on, but like when you get into the depths of the fast inverse square root algorithm, it is really impressive that anybody just even like thought of it. Like it's really cool. All right, so I think, oh, my phone battery is low. I smell food downstairs. I know my wife is mad at me. She's not mad at me, but she's okay. We didn't get this working though. So I think what we'll do is we'll just leave it here. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit, like this and like this. I'm gonna go downstairs. I have to upgrade my Mac downstairs because somebody just had to upgrade Unity. Now that they've got merged to master rights, they're just upgrading and changing and adding everything. Oh, he's just swinging his big dick around, isn't he? So anyway, all right. Variable declaration can be inlined. Oh, I think it just means this. Putting it up here. Really? Yeah, anyway. All right, let me check this in. I'm going to put this on a branch. Spawn. No, we're going to call it dev spawn 1. Yeah, these render texture things. I hate that. All right. Let me, oh, I got to push. Push. And I might open a bottle of wine. Actually, let me just do it on the command line. All right. Yeah, that should be good. All right, I'm going to get off of here. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, that's probably it for me for today. I am planning to get up early for the snowstorm. I want to watch the snow. It has not started snowing yet. It is. Let's see. Let's see what the latest is of Snowmageddon 2026. I mean, it's possible we might not even survive, you know. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? So 1 to 3 inches. Oh my god. Okay, snow accumulating 5 to 8 inches tonight, and then 1 to 3 inches tomorrow. So wow, look at this. Don't forget to send pics. Okay, I am not sending. Would you stop ask? Oh, you're talking about the snow. Okay, yeah, I'll send those. Okay, yeah. See, this just sucks. It's gotta. Why can't? It's gonna be freezing rain, and it's gonna be so fucking cold too, and yet it's still not snow. Like, we just can't get any luck. But if I get up around 5, that's a few good hours of snow, of a beautiful, wonderful snow that I will get to witness. All right, boys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye.